If I recall correctly, we're about halfway through this case. We just finished our second day in court. And we're about to get into our next investigation phase. So let's just get right into it. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. 20 streamed streak, hell yeah!
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you? Oh, shit. Friends started finally calling me Lurf instead of the Sonic streamer. Yeah, let's fucking go! That's what we were hoping for, baby! I'm a variety streamer. It's locked in. I'm no longer just the Sonic guy. Can't believe Massive Forge evidence. Can't read it. It's a shock, truly, to my system.
It's all there in the case file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you? Holy shit.
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. What? It was on the fucking paper! What do you mean you didn't see it coming? What do you... hang on, am I mistaken? Was it not on the fucking paper? Witnesses! Lana, Sky, and Emma's... Bro can't read. Bro can't fucking read. This is embarrassing for you, Phoenix. Come on. Shape up. I thought you were supposed to be a good and proper defense attorney. Never lost a case. Fucking read, dude. My god. Alright. let's talk.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too.
You have to understand, Phoenix is insanely stupid. Yeah, I fucking got that. Can't fucking read. No reading comprehension. Bro just looked at the words in the paper. Oh, wait, this is important. He tucked it in his pocket. Like, he doesn't even fucking know what it means. He just presents written evidence to the court, hoping it says that it says what he needs it to say. Phoenix is an anime fan. Oh no! Actually, canonically, it doesn't feel like it. I think if anyone here is the anime fans, it's Edgeworth and Maya and Emma. Tisk tisk. No literacy.
There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then, suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seems like he was running for someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother. You saying anime fans can't read or comprehend the stories they consume? Then what am I? Chopped liver? What the fuck?
Joe Dark tried to make me a hostage. Or take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window. lighting up the office for an instant.
I'm learning to read? Learning? Nah. This disrespect. Have you looked in my Tism channel? That's what Japanese... Anyway.
What I saw then turned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So, you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Yeah, Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up what she did. Especially not to Emma. Honestly, I think the little scratch in my voice is doing wonders for my Emma voice. I think it adds a little something. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. Been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. Must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, I'll never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about the crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. I want to say before Phoenix speaks, there's something puzzling me. Because she said that it seemed like Joe Dark there was trying to run away from someone and then try to take Emma hostage. I'm wondering if Neil Marshall, if not both of the Marshall brothers, were the killers. And Joe Dark figured it out and was trying to put an end to it. And he was trying to take Emma hostage to make sure Neil didn't hurt him. I'm wondering if there's like a twist, given the falsified evidence. Or if there's really, really damning evidence that Joe Dark did something. Like, it's possible that Joe Dark really was guilty, but I feel like we're working towards some kind of really, really big twist.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Yeah, because he was scared. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's office and questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
Yo, no way.
She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dart case, he was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Let's go. Let's talk to her. Detention center. Hey, girl. What's up? Here to tell me about your dark and mysterious past? Is that how that career path usually looks? I don't think so. Maybe, So she wasn't chief prosecutor at that time. You text, okay. I'm really curious about that. I wonder how that worked. How she got to chief prosecutor, especially because Edgeworth was there before her. He has more experience, doesn't he? Interesting. Mr. Wright? It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. She's a warlock? Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why would you tell us?
Hi. Emma, this just doesn't involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing.
They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes.
Oh, fuck, wrong voice. He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports can even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was...
Gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to his resolution. After that, he became chief of police, and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations. Even had the same office.
If they had the same office, perhaps Dark was trying to go to Damon's office, not Lana's.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon, Gant, and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day.
See, I also called Damon suspicious, so I'm just saying it could be that they were trying to frame Dark. And Dark figured it out, and he was like, "Oh shit, they're gonna put me away. I have to get out of here. I gotta get help." And then you run over, and maybe trying to get some dirt on Gant or something. I don't know. I have not called everyone sus. I haven't called Meekins sus. I trust Meekins. And Emma. I also trust Emma. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So, you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana?
It appears so.
I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out. Oh, no. The victim, Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. Also, that was Lurth that killed him? Shh. No, I would never kill anyone. Your mouth shut. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Don't worry about the skeletons in my closet. They're just a little fruity, okay? After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as—
oh, fuck, wrong voice. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark.
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon, Gant, and I shared. Yeah, where the fuck did he get a knife in a police office, huh? The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Let's go! He just always has one on him, obviously. Yeah, the police totally would not confiscate something like that when bringing someone in for questioning. They wouldn't check him or anything. No use of a metal detector. Nothing? Nada? I don't know about all that. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
Gumshoe is a cop? How competent do you think the police is in this universe? Listen! Listen! I think that's the bare fucking minimum. Did he not have cuffs on him? If he was a suspect in a fucking murder case, did they not cuff him? I guess he wasn't under arrest. He was just brought in for questioning. But still. I know someone else who always has a knife on him. I don't think Marshall, our current Marshall, what's his name? Oops. I don't think Jake Marshall did any killing. However, Damon Gant and Neil Marshall, I'm big suspicious of those two. Big suspicious. You're right. Chief of Detective seems the same, though.
Oh, why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later. Yep. Are we not supposed to be... Where's the fucking office? Oh. Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Or you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall. Am I telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting steak lunch today. Like Marshall's theme a lot more than I like his character. I agree. I don't know. The Western types don't really do it for me. It's rare to find like a cowboy character I really enjoy. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Wasn't just me either. All detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. To be honest, I like his looks way more than yours. This man's hair, I don't know what it is, but I keep thinking it's like a cloth that he just draped over the top of his head, and it's not actually his hair. I just made a detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? Knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save for one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted, boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon, Gant, and Line of Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Line of Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. Now, after the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant and the new chief of police arranged for that to happen. Or Damon Gant to the new chief of police, right? She's never been the same since you left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentioned it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but our secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Damn. Most unfortunate for him. Can we go into the office now? Place was always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what... Yeah, okay, yeah. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Oh, they're so incompetent. My voice is fine, I think. There's maybe still a little bit of scratch to it, but you know, it's not affecting my ability to talk or voice act. If anything, in Emma's case, I think it makes her like 20% more charming. I should remember to add a little scratch to her voice, like a little squeak. Wait, if she ever comes back after this this case. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door.
Got that pipe working. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Never could remember where C was.
No, this will be a test. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. No, I got it. I'm locked in. I'm good. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's proactive statement. Oh, provocative. A provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. You have the vase back there. Something's not right with this picture. Is it your armor stand or the vase? I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Also, the sword. The trophy used to have a sword on it, it seems. But that's no longer there. Interesting. Lots of things to notice in this picture. Oh, that knight is carrying some kind of blade as well. If you can see, like, to the right there, right in front of Lana. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And there's the knight over there. I wonder if we put the luminol fluid on that blade over there, we're gonna learn what the real murder weapon is. Just wondering. Just curious. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Yeah, suspicious. Suspicious motherfucker.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. It used to be Lana's office. Maybe she can let us know? Yo, girl, where'd they keep this spare key at? No, if there was something new, we would be able to, Well, maybe I could, present this to you? Okay. Right. It was worth a try. Friendliness meter is off the chart? Well, yeah, listen, the friendlier you are in a, I'm sorry. I shouldn't say the friendlier you are because, that doesn't account in all situations. But let's just say if a crime scene happens in your office and you're like super, super nice and friendly about it, but also you won't let anyone investigate your office, the friendlier you are about it, the more suspicious you are. I'm just saying. Everyone should be treating a murder case with seriousness. If you're just like, oh, are you swimming today, righto? I don't trust you. I don't trust you. We're doing this seriously. Someone died. Many people died. Someone died in your office. We're not talking about going to the pool, okay, Mr. Gant? It was 2 years ago. Yeah, and it was his office, and I suspect him for murder. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Alright, let's go.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned in an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now, Mr. Edgeworth has had the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Aren't there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir!
Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir!
Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir!
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah,
well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
he seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack, you mean?
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written in here somewhere, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Phoenix still the world's biggest hater? Good to know that hasn't changed.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Oh, Emma's smart.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car?
So, it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Killed him.
He killed a man that witnessed that accident. Then he killed a lady. A kid walked by, so then he killed him too. Then, when he was burying bodies, a jogger came into the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
I could not keep up with that. Well, I wasn't ready for it to auto-progress. Damn. Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So there... Sorry. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So, like, are we assuming that, like, the hit with the car was on accident? Or was anyone ever hit by a car? What do you mean? Like, how much of this is conjecture? Like, there's no evidence, but he hit someone with his car, but there was no evidence on the car? You just, like, assumed it was his car? Is that what you're saying? Like, there's, like, not even any blood on the car or anything? Like, huh? Did he clean it that well, or do you have the wrong fucking guy? I don't know. Does literally everyone to ever see him only to turn himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
I don't know. I think he was really pushed to turn himself in. You know, like an outside force. Maybe Marshall was trying to pin the crime on him, and he knew it. You know, like maybe he was a witness, but Marshall wasn't able to kill him, so instead he had him. I don't know. Maybe he threatened him to turn him in, and then Joe Dark realized that he had an opportunity to get out of there and save himself or something like that. I don't know. I'm in crack theory territory. Probably not, but I'm just thinking of ways that this could turn around. Of course, it's possible that Joe Dark did do a bunch of killings, but only the last one is a little off.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. The good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Also, like, kills anyone who ever witnesses him ever, but it tries to take Emma hostage instead of killing her? Suspicious. I don't know. It's strange behavior. I'm just saying. Alright. Oh, maybe a cop witnessed him, so he walked into the police station to kill literally every single cop. You know, you might be cooking, Sisyphus. You might be cooking. Murder weapon. About this.
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 is sitting on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. I think that the real murder weapon is the sword on the Best Prosecutor trophy, the King of Prosecutors trophy. I think it's a sword. Because they're both broken at the tip. So it would leave a similar wound, but it wouldn't be exact because the sword is just a little bit wider, right? Right? You see what I'm cooking? You see what I'm cooking? You know who was gifted that trophy? Neil. I'm just saying.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly appeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he brought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Damn it. Unless they put it in there. No, that's fine. I don't know.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Alright, yeah. Did it match the knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Damn it.
Alright. Alright. Fine. Fine.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So, in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Yeah. Alright.
About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
Well, maybe, it's the classic show my attorney's badge. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Damn it. Never mind, never mind.
Damn it. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Congratulations. I think I read that dialogue before. What's the award of shield? Yeah, we've read this before. Damn it.
Damn it.
I don't think I got anything to convince him on me now. Maybe I could get something from Edgeworth. He always listens to Edgeworth. Aha! See? My brain's so large. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
Here he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here? You sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. It's another allegation to me.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. Now tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. It really was the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
A picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and end clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh, yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Chief Gant fucking did it. Chief Gant fucking did it. No, it has to be Chief fucking Gant. No. Because he planted Goodman's body. He planted Goodman's body in Edgeworth's car. And, Edward didn't even plan on going back to the prosecutor's office, but Chief Gant gave him that fucking screwdriver, that inconsequential piece of evidence, to force him to drive back to the prosecutor's office so the body could be discovered in his car so he could frame him for murder. And he expected Edward to get framed, but instead Lana found it, and Lana got the short end of the stick, and it's fucking over for her. But it wasn't his intention. He was trying to get Edgeworth. That's my theory. Now why? I don't know. Well, he's suspicious. He's suspicious. Yeah, Consider Gant as a jolly old fellow, and that's why I want him to be the killer. That would be so good. I love when a guy who murders is just a jolly old fellow. Now the question is, if he is the killer and we catch him, will he stop being a jolly old fellow, or will he still be a jolly old fellow but evil? I'm hoping it's the latter, but it's probably gonna be like he's gonna like drop the facade. But God, wouldn't it be awesome if he's like, "You've got it, righto. I killed 15 people, and I had a jolly good time doing it." Could you imagine? Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in that case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So, you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you? That's right. Let's present that photo, baby! This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? Simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award was based on. Ooh.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. You heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of those items discredit them both. When the king pointed out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Ooh. Oh my god, this was fucking referenced in Umineko. Everything's in fucking Umineko. Umineko is like the quintessential piece of media ever. This is when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. When the fucking halberd goes against the fucking shield. I lose my mind. Anyway. Umineko loves referencing other things. Yeah. Yeah. It sure does.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knight symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Gant. Yeah, because he used it to fucking kill Neil. He used it to murder a man! Are you saying that Neil and Gant were both questioning Dark, and Dark ran away and only Neil pursued? Are you saying that's the case? 'Cause I fucking doubt it! I fucking doubt it, I'm just saying. Alright. Is there anything more? Okay. Or anything else I can show him? Because I want him to, like, be able to get Gumshoe to let me into the office. But this feels like we're very done. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe Marshall will give us, his detective ID. Well, he's not a detective anymore, but maybe he could do something. I think this is probably Angel, though. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunchboxes. You certainly are the courageous sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That's a fucking crazy thing to say? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever... Oh, fuck. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Lana and Chief Gant.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save for Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used?
Interesting. You know, it's possible that Goodman and Lana were also in on it. Maybe Lana didn't kill anyone, but maybe Lana...
No, because...
Because I don't know. I don't think Lana was involved in anything. I'm trying to just think like why were they kind of... I guess Lana showed... Maybe she got moved to prosecutor by Gant because, you know, she wasn't like... She ignored any contradiction, you know? Like, she helped forge that evidence and therefore seemed useful to Gant. And Goodman might have assisted in that, you know, like all the other detectives were really serious about actually solving the case, but Lana and Goodman were ready to manipulate things if need be, even though they believed they were doing the right thing. They ended up being manipulated by Gant, who was the real culprit. Perhaps. Things to think about.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana in second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that, I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence.
You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh, yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as though she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
A star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Eef.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and that no one else could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing is for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You'll listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Alright. Things are going. I wonder, could we get into there now?
Oh, you're back.
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line.
That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I didn't get anything new. I don't think this is gonna do what I want it to do. Yeah, alright. Because I think that's proof of Gant trying to frame Edgeworth, so I thought maybe I could, like, get him, you know? Guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. You know... I wonder... I can't just, like, use this wherever I want to. It seems I have to be prompted. Blue Badger's still writhing around today. Oh,
Blue Badger's still writhing around today.
the handprint! Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day.
Can I take out his batteries? Just can't help but feel like he's going to do something naughty.
Damn it! Let me investigate! There's no blood on it. Yeah, I checked it before. A shame. Alright, I need to go somewhere else. Maybe show something to Miss Starr? I don't think I can tell you.
Miss Starr.
The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Okay. Okay. don't think there's anything to give her. Oh, maybe this?
Damn it, fuck.
Damn it. Thought I was onto something, but I was onto nothing. Story of my life. Okay. Maybe we can go back to Lana now? I already tried to show this to her, didn't I? Yeah, okay. It's the part of the game where I don't know where the game wants me to go! My favorite part of Ace Attorney. All I can think of is... Maybe there's something to show... Oh, wrong place. Something to show Gumshoe. And I gotta go down the options. I don't know, man. Wait. Wait. Brain blast, brain. My brain blasted. My brain so large. Hang on. Edgeworth literally threw a paper on the floor, and it was on the floor, and I saw it, and I forgot about it because I was talking to him. There it is. I wonder what he was writing for.
Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Oh, I love him. He didn't even look.
What? A letter of...
You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. There we go. Alright, I know what to give to Gumshoe. I'm gonna tell your boyfriend you're quitting your job. Let's go.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper?
No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
What?
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out...
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So, at least let me do this.
For Mr. Edgeworth's sake! Alright, detective. Thank you. I'm so glad I remember that paper. Imagine I never remembered it, and I was just floundering for the rest of, like for like a full fucking hour or some shit.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. Rin! If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Ah!
Ah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up in... What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what was the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed, rendered, and unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get the chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get you really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Alright. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning sign to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. You think that? Why are you exploring here, Phoenix? Damn.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's the SL9 crime, one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
No, the game is telling it to me, which means that it's leading me, and therefore it's not Gant, it's someone else. Fuck. It's over. Chief Gant. Let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Or perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Alright. Time to take a little look around. And surely we'll find nothing damning or suspicious. He's literally so friendly. Friendliness doesn't matter! I don't care how friendly you are, you can still be a murderer. Oh man. This entire fucking wall is a clue?
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted us to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. Alright, I'm critiquing the structure of the building. Why the fuck is this window up against this wall? Why is it not more centered? That's really bothering. This window needs to move a little bit over here. Because I imagine, like, there's, like, the tip of this, like, arc here, and I think the center of this window should be in the middle of that arc. Unless there's multiple windows on this wall, but I don't see multiple windows. I just see a really big, like, gap right here to the right, and I don't like that. It's for optimal dramatic lighting, of course, and they need to restructure the entire fucking building, okay? Okay, he needs to move his desk over or something, and they need to move that window over so we can still have dramatic lighting, but the room doesn't look like fucking ass if you stare at it for 2 seconds too long. How was that? I'm the Gant window hater. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Girl, you're like 15. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief might be hiding in this harbor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did. Oh.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You don't know how scary that guy can be.
See, you're all talking about, oh, Chief Gant, he's literally so friendly, he's literally nice, and yet here Gumshoe is like, you don't understand, Chief Gant fucking horrifying, he's the scariest guy I've ever seen. So, I don't know, I trust Gumshoe. I trust Gumshoe. That's my goat right there. Gumshoe is a big baby? Yeah, and I trust that big baby.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you too. Chief Gant. We already read this. We were just there. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence list. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence. A list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists are twice as long. What would the other half of this list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. Oh yeah, baby. Whoops.
Wow, look at the side of Chief Gant's desk.
Found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Alright, we'll do that after we finish investigating this room. This is safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay. If you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in its panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Oh boy. Oh, fuck. I don't actually know. But it's probably one of their numbers. If I'm thinking... maybe all the 7s is Gant. That's what I thought. I'm a genius. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777777? That idea number?
I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? And how much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's,
The pot!
Shard from a broken cup.
Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there's something else here, too.
Oh, is it the sword? Oh, no. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up that design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. Empty now.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on. There's got to be something we can show the detective.
Well, first of all, let's get that base. Detective Gumshoe, did you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards has an SL9 sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, the fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, this one. That was in the safe. Oh, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can put pieces together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oops. There we go. We got it. You know, I'm starting to realize what the investigation stages of Ace Attorney are reminding me of. Well, specifically this case, not so much the other cases, but this case specifically with like the little like mini games, like putting things together or identifying fingerprints and stuff like that. It reminds me of doing an escape room, which is really fun. You know, like, oh, like I gotta like figure out the combination of this lock. Let me look around for a clue that'll tell me the number, and then I enter it, and then I get more clues, and I put them together, and those lead to more clues, which lead to the answer. You know, it's very fun. As someone who really enjoys escape rooms, I'm enjoying the gameplay loop quite a bit. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly had a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, Sumari, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
What?
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
But what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Ooh. It's weird because it looks like it's not like a typical blood splatter, you know? Like there's a line on it. I wonder if it's like some kind of like serial killer signature thing, you know, like a mark, you know, sometimes they get cocky and they leave behind a sign. I was hoping to organize some escape rooms on Discord. There were some audio rooms doing them via text of disaster and trying to schedule people to do live calls a nightmare. No! I mean, it was, if you ever find a time and you need people, I would be down to do that big time. That would be so fucking cool. A calling card? Yeah, that's what I mean. Calling card. Thank you. Audio rooms sounds awesome. That sounds so cool. I don't have to apologize for my autism. You know, there was an Umi Neko escape room that came out last year in Japan. I really wish I could go. But also, I wouldn't be able to understand anything in it. So, I couldn't solve the puzzles because I wouldn't get any, like, wordplay or anything. Made a test server and kind of abandoned it, but I'm tempted to revive it. I'll let you know. Hell yeah. Okay. Detective Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
It's a great idea. Oh, that's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Talking about the cloth we found in the safe.
Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
I need everyone to know that my cat Nigel is watching the gameplay very intently right now. He loves Gumshoe and he loves solving mysteries.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the print below, they blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. I think the middle finger is probably the best one. Let's dust this shit up. Watch me get this first try. I have a feeling that they require you to do it twice, like they do with the blood spray. It feels like a ensure you noticed it kind of a thing. I don't know why though. Oh, instantly. Okay, okay. You just got to be very, very thorough or hit it in the right spot then. Okay, so it's not Gant's fingerprint. Good to know. Maybe it's Lana. No, it's not Lana. Oh. What? What? Emma! Hold on a minute. Oh, Emma. Emma, did you stab someone while you were blacked out? Was this self-defense? What? Where's this leather from anyway? Oh, this is getting really juicy. This is getting really juicy. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Phoenix, why are you fucking liar? Why are you the fucking liar right now? The deceiver? For what? Like, you could literally ask Emma and get an answer? Like, worst thing is gonna be like, oh, I don't remember?
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey, you over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing on the inside of Chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Fuck! Wait. Who is this? It feels like Gant, right? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Ah! Chief Gant!
Oh, we didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. No, I wanted this. I should have sprayed the room first. I was gonna leave it to the end. It's a dramatic thing.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, and you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir.
Now get out! Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Are you telling me that we fucking left Emma in there with the most suspicious man alive? Are you fucking joking? We left this child, this 15-year-old, in there alone with him in his home turf? Are you fucking kidding me? Phoenix, you gotta step the fuck up. I'm just gonna strangle this man.
Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. G's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So, she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I don't like this. I see. The chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. Why is autoplay on? Whoops. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? Gant, baby! Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Wait, was that her saying that? Or Phoenix? I didn't see the name. Anyway, if wrong voice, then unfortunately wrong voice. Whoops. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. You want proof of the Chief's wrongdoings? Here it is. That evidence proves someone else is doing... That evidence proves someone else is doing something wrong, all right. But it's not the Chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe what you're saying? You seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you, what with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend a night in this cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Okay, I got the wrong evidence. I should present the base. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Oh, okay, so I can present the fucking piece of cloth and not get punished for it, but when I present the vase, it also mentions the piece of cloth. Shaking my head. I think they were both viable answers, if that's the case. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, not disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside of the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh. Yeah, I think he's trying to take both of them down because he wasn't able to control them anymore. Something like that. Or he feared that his control was slipping. Something like that. It is also possible he didn't suspect a witness. Hi, viewer. It's going pretty good. Things are getting spicy. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Ah, you were trying to hide SL9 evidence by switching it with Edgeworth's knife. The knife from the SL9 incident. Well, yeah, you can see the switch of the blade on the knife there. Yeah. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. And that explains Angel Star's testimony. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped up the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana! You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. We gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's a real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Ooh, to be continued. I'm ready to get right into court, to be honest. 25th, 9:47 a.m., baby. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, by Edgeworth. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. If that number doesn't belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will... If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. She didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. See what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth. To draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant if Am I ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her? It's now. Let's go! I'm so excited to be back in court. I fucking love court. I love the judicial system.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top of that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana.
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked if she could speak directly to the court. He wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. No. This is just like fucking Edgeworth when he was like, "Oh, I'm guilty. I killed my dad." Like, shut the fuck up. You didn't do shit. Let me handle it. I'm the defense attorney. There's a reason they say that you don't speak without your lawyer present. Oh, another 20 stream streak. Damn. We love the consistency here. Considering I have no consistent schedule, I'm very impressed that people manage to keep such long streaks on my streams. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. And another One Piece chapter redeemed. Alright. We're up to 19 now. Insane.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana!
Objection!
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although it is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for a verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. He's so based. He's so based.
Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer, Joe Dock, of the Joe Dock killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip yesteryear has finally begun. Or the trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
A good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I like how Phoenix is still cross-examining, even though Lana's like, no, I'm self-representing now. I avoid my right to an attorney. Like, no one fucking listened to her. They're like, mm-mm. No, the Phoenix right is still on this fucking case, ma'am. Two years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dock was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Doc proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Skye and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Nah, he was in there to look for something. He has to go out to the chief's office and not, like, try to, you know, run out of the building or something. I don't know. I don't know. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also
be why he was the first to run after Doc.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Ryde, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. What the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Hang on. Whoa! The picture. She drew the picture on here. Picture's drawn in the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a very bad feeling about this. Because Marshall was found on top of Dark, right? Because Dark hit his head and got concussed, but then Marshall was stabbed in the back, right? If I'm remembering the way the bodies were found.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, drew a picture. It seems to have been lost, except it isn't lost. I love having 3D evidence. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into the fuck. This little girl... I can't speak. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it... Oh! What's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the mark here where they were torn from each other.
There you see, Mr. Edgeworth. It was quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means...
Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see. Huh?
Is something wrong?
You even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? It's the fucking police mask. Are you fucking kidding me? Why is this the key to the whole fucking murder? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean it's the blue badger? What? Girl, why did you draw the blue badger? What the fuck? But no, I do love the blue badger, but why is the blue badger involved in this crime? What the what? Oh, what the fuck? What does this mean? Is the chief of the detectives involved? That thing! That was the thing dancing in the evidence room! Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Okay, Emma didn't draw it. Yeah, okay.
Very well, witness.
Let me see, can I view both of them together now? Awesome. Awesome. I'm sure there was no crucial evidence hidden behind the blue badger. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember the office. The only thing that's like behind there would be the night. Oh. No, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you for the posture check, Beauty. You sit up a bit straighter. Alright.
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. She's trying to figure out what the fuck she drew behind that blue badger that Gumshoe drew.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Think a flash of lightning can burn such an image into your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Doc about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Except Neil Marshall's body was found on top of him!
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright. Press everything, baby. You draw this picture right after the incident.
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have been still fresh in her mind. I'm Phoenix Wright, my good friend, my buddy, my pal, my lawyer friend. You should know that witness testimony is unreliable even hours after the incident. 2 to 3 days? Are you kidding me? Memory's the most unreliable thing in the fucking world, buddy. No testimony is reliable after that amount of time. I mean, the longer it is, the more unreliable it is, but still. Yeah, it's fine. It's Ace Attorney, though, so every witness either remembers things perfectly or is lying. Or I'm gonna make them remember something they forgot. So it's fine.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
My testimony was reliable 10 minutes after it happened? Yeah, me too. Alright, on to Super Shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
Or... Okay, so consider this, right? What if what was shown here, like this image here, what if she's looking towards the, do we have any other image of the scene of the crime? I doubt we do. I'm trying to remember what the scene looked like when we saw the glimpse of it, but we don't have anything that shows that. Anyway, what if the place where the blue badger was drawn, what if this is like middle of the room, she's in the back of the room looking out, and they're backed up against the, like, no, not the ceiling. What if they're in a doorway, you know, like the doorway or something, or like, you know, the doorway is in view, she's trying to like see like what she saw there, who she saw there, and she's in the office. So, I wish I could move my mouse around this one. Maybe, no, okay, we have a cursor here. Okay, so we have the room, and it's honestly kind of outlined like this face. This face is about the same shape, right? Like the kind of archway kind of vibe. So let's say they're right here where I'm circling, right? And then like, you know, like the rest of the room is like this, and say the door to the office is here. So they're down here, door to the office is here. And where that Blue Badger logo is drawn, a third person is entering the scene, right? A third person's entering the scene. And it's my belief that the third person entering is Prosecutor Marshall. And what I think happened is Emma was in here, and Joe Dark was trying to run, and Gant came in and was planning on killing Joe Dark or something. You know, like something like that. Something happened, or it was Joe Dark that was trying to kill Gant because he knew that Gant was corrupt. And then Marshall comes in and stops it, and then Dark gets pushed onto the floor, and because Officer Marshall witnessed Gant doing something obscene, Gant decides to stab Officer Marshall, which is why Marshall's body, Prosecutor Marshall, and that's why his body landed on top of Joe Dark. Because if you look at that image, right? There's a little opening back there, right? Like the darkness isn't fully colored in. It feels like there's something coming in here. like an entryway. There's something that I'm just trying to figure out why Prosecutor Marshall's body was found on top of Joe Dark's body in the image we saw. Because that's what I found most striking about it, is that he was stabbed in the back, but he was on top of Joe Dark. You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Right, but this is her biased view, right? Like, we don't know. We don't know who is actually in this photo because she only saw silhouettes. And again, if this is how she saw it, then there's no way that Prosecutor Marshall's body would have landed on top of Joe Dark because he's already been pushed to the ground here. Like, unless he, like, pushes up and then, like, knocks him down. But, like, this looks like he's already about to deliver the killing blow. So that can't be it. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? You mean you didn't see an actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. That's good.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's a clear contradiction here. Okay. Let me check here. Okay. I'm gonna be extremely sad if we never get to check the fingerprints on that fucking handprint there. I was thinking we might be able to get a date of when, the Blue Badger came around. But it seems not. Of course, we might have been told that, and we still don't know. Okay, wrong thing. Maybe 2 years ago. Damn it. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna make sure to save so I don't have to go through the whole trial again if I end up losing. Not that I'm anywhere close to losing the trial, and I would never lose an Ace Attorney trial, because I've never done that before. I'm really good at the game, and I'm really smart, and I know exactly what hyper-specific evidence they want me to present at hyper-specific claims at all times. Okay, maybe I present Blue Badger. No? Damn it. Alright, let me just, like... Alright, that's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene of what was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Alright, let's see what could possibly contradict. Is it stabbed in the back? Maybe that's it? But he could have been stabbed in the back. I don't think this is necessarily saying that he wasn't stabbed in the back. He could have been stabbed in the back from that position, but... I don't know. Maybe.
Objection!
Yep, okay, that's what they want. Alright. I still think from that angle he could have been stabbed in the back. Because he's grabbing the shoulder with his right hand and holding the knife in his left hand. So you could, and it's the right shoulder that he's holding, so you could easily turn him and stab him in the back. I think this is a poor contradiction. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the picture the witness drew, I think it's more strange that, you know, Joe, unless it's going to address the fact that Prosecutor Marshall was on top of Joe Dark, then I'll accept this. But it didn't say that in the actual text there. It just said that he was stabbed in the back. But the picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
See, because it would be really easy to just see, like, push the shoulder at that angle to push him down onto the floor and then drive that knife into his back. I think that's a far more natural motion than just flipping him, like pushing the shoulder this way and turning him frontwise. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Take that!
Oh, fuck, damn it. See what's so strange about that? That's because the drawing stinks, damn it. He's so mean.
Mr. Wright, how could you?
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
I better take another look at that autopsy report and this picture.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply...
Okay, yep. Then it would be how he's being stabbed, right?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Oh. Okay. I got it. I understand. Okay. I was just thinking that was her shitty drawing. You know? Like, I don't know. I think it could have been a little more obvious that it was meant to represent the broken tip. Because to me, it just looked like a flat knife, I suppose. Which, like, yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. Now Hitler thinks it's over. Okay. It's fine. It checks out. I understand. I just wouldn't have interpreted that piece that way until it was pointed out. I would have done like a little, like a chip, like a little zigzag at the bottom. Of course, like, it's a very simple drawing. A child drew it. But, yeah, no. You know what? I was praising Ace Attorney for having very, very accurate, renders and drawings and stuff. So when I see that the knife is drawn flat by someone, I should be imagining it as flat. I shouldn't be interpreting everything else. It's been pretty straightforward and literal with a lot of its drawings so far. So you know what? That's on me. That's on me, perhaps.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon? Its tip was broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny that possibility. No. Ah!
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to say once again... please allow me once again to go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there was a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Absolutely there is one. It's the fucking sword on the trophy. And the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright,
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you.
huh?
I'm sure this must be all very amusing to you, Mr. Wright.
No! No, but I'm right though! I have to fucking show the picture, don't I? have to show the fucking picture. Alright. Fucking hell, whatever. I know the right answer. I'm smart. It's the game that's wrong. Give me back over there. Get me in there. Alright,
Objection!
alright. Back we go. It's this.
Objection! Objection!
Listen, I lose to Ace Attorney not because I'm dumb, but because the game wants me to do hyper-specific things when I was literally correct. We just literally ran to his room to make fun of me for losing. What the fuck, Sisyphus? So mean to me. All right. Two broken knives, two of them, yep. That's the whole theme of this case, isn't it? Two of them. There's two of them, always. Alright. It's in this picture. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Mr. Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
It provides a means to laugh and point. I shall use them. I did make that emoji for a reason. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now! I remember everything!
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that? She drew the badger?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Shadow.
This certainly is most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Emma invented the blue badger? Oh, fuck. The interruption. Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Lana, what is this fucking blue badger conspiracy theory? What the fuck? What? I wasn't expecting this thing to have so much lore. Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. Heard the Ban lore is pivotal to this case. I've never played. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
When I saw that man raise his knife.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed towards the boat.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But, as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I gotta help that other person.
Is she so brave and based? What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
This guy was almost killed before she was a witness to the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little distortion is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Blue Badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. So, what exactly did Emma see? I've gathered all the evidence. All that's left now is to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them.
Alright, yep. Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? You think every time the Blue Badger is mentioned, they should play the music? I agree wholeheartedly.
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important to her is that what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Whoops. Who is this Blue Badger, really? I just might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
Okay. Oh, was it the vase? No, because it's in this room. Unless... What could have the silhouette of the blue badger? I was thinking it was another person coming in. I think this must be it, right? It has little balls at the end, right? Because like if you say if you do something like this, right? Right? Am I right? I'm a genius, actually. This is why we love 3D evidence. It was the vase falling. I did think that, but I was like, no, because why would it look like the blue badger? So I figured it must be like something that was covered up instead, and like Gumshoe doodled the logo on there, but that makes perfect sense. This mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what is that exactly?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
Forgot to show them the correct angle to look at this from. And they're playing the fucking music. Alright. This isn't right. Gotta make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense that the case hinges on this drawings. Mr. Matrick can write the script. Alright. Alright, I know. Rotate it vertically a bit more or horizontally. Okay. Right? Like this? Is that a bit better? I'm worried about how precise this could be, you know?
Damn it!
Okay, I'm not getting penalized for it. Thank God. Maybe they want it from here, from this angle instead? Oh, yeah, because it fell straight down. Like so. Yeah, that seems more like it. Okay. There we have it. What the fuck? This should be it, right? Right? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? It looks exactly like it. What the fuck do you mean? Do I need to show more of the top? Is that it? Is that the problem? Is it more like this? Is that what they want from me? The fuck? What the fuck? Okay. I... Do I need to show more of the bottom of the face? Is that it? Does it need to be more like that? Like, that looks like the blue badger. It literally does. That looks exactly like it. What do you mean it's not right? What do you mean it's not right? It's this exact fucking angle! Up, maybe? Like this? It need to be the other side? Do they want it like this? No. Like this? Yeah, because that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right either. This looks incredibly correct, though. Unless they... No. Unless they want it like this? Is this what they want? That doesn't look anything like the blue badger. If this is it, I'm gonna strangle someone. Yeah, okay, better. That's what I thought. Rotate it vertically a bit more. That doesn't help me, Phoenix. How exact does this shit have to be? Like, it has to be something like this, right? What the fuck kind of angle does it want me to show the fucking blue badger at? Oh, what the fuck? What do you want from me? Man, thank God it gives me 400 tries. I would have died like 50 times over by now. Oh no. Is there a hole in the bottom? I'm trying to solve it, Sisyphus. I don't know what they want from me. Man, I just like... Yeah, I just...
Objection!
Fucking hell. It's like... Like, this is literally it, right? Like, this is literally it. We're in agreement. This is literally it. Like, that's literally the blue badger. So, like, Does it need to be hyper specific? Is that why it's being mean to me? Ah!
Ha!
I think it should be a little more lenient, I think. I think that needs to be a tad more lenient with the angle. Because I hit this angle multiple times. Well, is this a miracle or what? It is a miracle. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be.
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now that we know this witness saw this jar? Would it be the location? Would it be the location? We know it's in the office. I don't really know what the game wants from me here. I assume that the murderer is different because Gant covered this up and wanted to hide it. But I don't know how much that's going to be communicated. Cherry on top is having a second play that 9 in 10 players are already mad at. Yeah. Playing that stupid fucking song with like the most frustrating like angle puzzle that needs to be hyper specific. That's evil. Luckily, I like the song, but I can imagine for most people, they probably wanted to die. We already determined the murder weapon was different, so it's either location or the murderer. I think it's the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, we might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture on the day of the crime. Oh yeah, the fucking location. Okay. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's death. Okay, okay. The witness testified so herself. Yes. And it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
Finally figured it out. So this is what Lana tried to stop. Why Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent that jar flying?
That would have had to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. Another possibility would actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Yeah, they didn't want Emma to go away for killing the guy. I had that thought in the back of my mind. I just couldn't figure out how it transpired, so I never voiced it. But I did have the idea of Lana was protecting Emma because Emma had something to do with the murder, even if she didn't remember it. Like Edgeworth, I might have voiced that actually. I might have. I see. This is how. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
Events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually the prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean your Marshall died because of me?
No! I imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... No dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you didn't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to think back to the court record. Trying to see if this could be anything, but it doesn't look like it. It's either that or the handprint. I imagine it's the handprint. I was just double checking. The real murderer's name, the victim may have left behind, is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer. Not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased.
This is the message from the deceased.
Right. Now then, this is the message from the judge.
Fuck. Oh, I guess I wasn't right. Written form, okay. It fooled me there for a second. I must admit, it had me going there. It must be this then, because there's no other written thing that I can think of. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's the line here drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used his few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No!
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. We've got to connect these dots to make letters. Only one thing the victim would have written in these circumstances. His murderer's name. I see it. Oh. There we go. Gameplay! Right. There we have it. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought I would... Fuck. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. I can't believe Emma fucking did it. The twist of the century. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, one who has took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
That Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we are defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up evidence or forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. He continued. Oh man. I'm so wrapped in. Should I keep going? I feel like I should probably take a break, but I just want to like I want to see what happens. Nah, fuck it. We're going. We're going. We keep going. We keep trucking. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. It's my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again?
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Alright. Yep. I remember all this.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message.
He said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Alright.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still standing in the prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth!
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What else is there left to do? Your credibility's all been ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And the Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. He merely stuck a knife in his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. Case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Justice will happen. I need Gant in jail.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is just where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. Just that, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
Oh, what? Well, there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. Defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel like we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Hello, Kaylee. Welcome in.
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir? Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant.
Oh, but please, Mr. Grant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lotta's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has a right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well, the witness may begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That's a lie! That's a contradiction!
Is that when Doc was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I better hit him hard and fast. Right. You see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That's incorrect. Now, should I present the vase? Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. This was also... I think this is about setting the crime. So hiding the evidence of Emma's existence. I think either or should work, right?
Objection!
There we go. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you can't... I'm afraid that's a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you that's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but this evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
He is right about that.
Let's see, what was it now? A jaw fragment and a list. Well, you know, you could have just planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene won't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Dodgy, in return, though.
I know that place, right?
Huh? Are these guys telepathic? They're going to the pool. Alright, let's see here. Could have planted them in my office. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene won't help me out in any way. He wasn't the one who murdered Marshall. Yet I know he played a part in the forgery. That can only mean someone asked him to be an accomplice. Damon Gant, someone's accomplice. Sounds unlikely. Let's start pressing. I'd appreciate if you stopped making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, righto.
Oh, hang on. Let me, I never read the crime book. Hang on. Alright, rules for submitting evidence. 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department, right? 2. Unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case on trial. Righto. That's it? That's what I already know! I already knew this! Alright.
It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Objection!
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Chief is talking about a possibility. So as long as you can't rule that out, the remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, righto. Think about it.
There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murdered here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one large benefit you reap from all of this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh,
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one!
Huh?
Don't you really think... Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitability a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Ugh.
Be careful with pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Therefore, it's out in the open. Oh, there. It's out in the open now. Audrey, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
but by all means, please do.
If there was nothing in it for you. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Maybe it's selfishness. Would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Obviously Lana, duh.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, He would also have had a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Come on, Judge.
Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive is to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
You have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange about this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer at our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of belief of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
I'm kind of in love with Gant, I can't lie. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Alright. Now it's a question of what does the game want me to present, right? Because personally, I think this is what ties him to it.
Well, Chief?
So long as Righto here is tossing things out regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Aji? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you.
You always were quite the joker, weren't you?
Oops. Looks like I got it wrong.
Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you.
I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that you mention it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered that room. Oh, right. Okay. I was getting too far ahead of myself. That's my bad. I have a tendency to do that. I've solved it, like, ahead, like, way further than the game has expected me to solve it. Alright.
Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Saji.
No, wrong voice. But that's fine.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Alright. Where's the list of the people who entered? This one. There we go.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine. The owner of yesterday. 77777777.
Sorry, but
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
what? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card. I was gonna make a joke about his fist, but I'll just leave it up to the viewer's imagination what I was thinking.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I've always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Oh, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Can I just say, I love the direction that Edgeworth has gone in. I like that he's not necessarily our enemy. He's definitely our rival, but he is on the side of truth and justice like us. Like he is perfectly willing to just throw aside his job of proving the guilt of the perpetrator and just like help us out in solving the actual crime. It's really, really good. It's really nice. I didn't actually expect this from the games, for me to be like working with Edgeworth actively in court. It's really good, and also just like a very good progression of his character progression since the last case.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
The lost item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him.
There is no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found in his body. Or on his body. No! Oh, that is an awesome sprite. Oh, that's really good. That's really, really good.
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting something, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone is aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office! I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence!
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does it have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back on the day of the crime. What is a screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car!
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car!
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in a trunk and taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something!
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
Good night, enjoy the finale. You have a good night, Jumper. Thank you very much. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all of this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had law to dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor.
You have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? I must have it. Oh, alright. You have a good call. Can't just let him squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Oh, man. It's surprising to me that this hasn't been used yet. Right within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. I can't save when the evidence menu is open. I think it has to be between these two things. I just don't know which one. It was an hour and a half of 4 p.m. That's around the time that he entered the evidence room.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? Damn it.
What I think, Mr. Wright, is that I'm going to be late for lunch.
Damn. Fuck. Guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me a little longer to consider.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright.
Okay, let me save real quick before we do the next one. Ooh. Okay, present evidence. Okay. Whew. It's alright. It's alright. I'm not gonna lose again. We have plenty of wiggle room. Now, let's see. Let's go through here. Goodman's ID, not proof. This is not proof. This also is not proof. Here's the victim's blood, no prints, also not proof. I don't see this doing what I want it to, unfortunately. This isn't proof. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to go all the way over there. This one just proved didn't work. That's irrelevant. Or, no. No, because, there's no record of the phone call that she made on there. I feel like it would be said on the evidence. Parking lot floor plans is irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That feels irrelevant. Is it because the murder weapon... Well, they don't know what the original murder weapon is, right? Because I feel like maybe it's because the murder weapon was found... Was a knife in the evidence room? Damn it. Wrong again. Whoops, I didn't mean to examine my attorney's badge. My bad. Alright. We already presented that. Isn't proof. His glove is still a mystery. I don't think that's the proof we're looking for. Is there anything in here that proves it? I don't think so. Definitely not. Other than that. What does the game want from me? Sorry for the silence. I'm like trying to think it through. What kind of concrete evidence could I possibly present here? Is it the phone? Because we know that he called Emma. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Just one of the few things I haven't used. Speeding through. Is that evidence? Oh, storm is where. Oh no. Do I have to present the screwdriver again? I don't know. I don't know. Damn it, yeah. Alright. Alright, speed on through. Do we just... Do we not have evidence? Because regardless of what I present, I don't think any of it is concrete, but I also feel like this is just like game over option, you know? It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See, Aji.
In that case,
This court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
what?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officers at our nation's law enforcement agency.
What?
Objection!
Oh? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, there's only one other method of other method of proof. The only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant is his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
You may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Your defense calls, forth. My Edgeworth voice is very good. Thank you! I really enjoy doing it. Let's get Lana in here.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Fun fact, actually, my Edgeworth voice is not too far off from the voice of my improv PNG tuber project character that I'll be working on eventually.
Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well, the court will take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Oh, hold on.
Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marsh's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such an outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. I kinda wanna kiss him, I can't lie. He's kinda... I don't know, you know? You understand.
Okay, if there aren't any other further objections, this court is now in recess.
I like problematic men. It is what it is. It's like, I don't know, he's like... Okay, listen, like, he's got an imposing figure. And I think, like, I don't know, he could destroy me. Like not to be much, not to be graphic or anything, but when he was shaking his fist at me, I was thinking of a different place he could shake that fist if you catch my drift. Listen, he's an attractive man. It's his attitude, though. Like, listen, his fashion sense a little whack. I do like the hot pink glasses, for sure. Love his hair, but it's the attitude, man. It's the attitude. Like personality is like 80% of it for me. Okay, so like his just the voice that I'm doing for him is also helping, but I love his general just like jolly attitude. Like I don't know. I think he could do horrible things to me, and he would be all like silly about it, and I would appreciate it. I think I would be like, oh, okay, pop off, Gant.
He can do anything he wants to me. I don't know. Someone, I'm like poking my fingers together right now. He's so fucking friendly. He's so friendly. He's so friendly. No, I can't be. No, I can't be horny on stream. I can't be horny on stream. I can't. I'm literally asexual. I only get this way about fictional characters. Let it be known. Maybe Demi is better. I'm like sex okay asexual, where I have no like genuine drive for anything, but I do think it's interesting and I'm curious about it. But you know, Demi moment, yeah. Listen. Fictional character sex isn't real sex. I can be horny about fictional characters all day, but if you put a real man in front of me, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? You know? Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Oh, yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. He's just so cool and friendly. He's got a nice smile with a good look in his eyes. Exactly. I understand. You get it, Xerxes. You get it.
That chief, he's something else, eh?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with.
Could he mean Maya? It's been so long since I've heard her name. I give my sword unto your banner, Lurf. Let none stop you from speaking the unadulterated truth. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. See, I want to make out with him sloppy style. I can't lie. Listen, let it be known, I'm also still attracted to Edgeworth, but there's a different kind of feeling I get towards a pathetic man than I do towards a terrible, awful, no good, scummy man who's very friendly with a great smile. You know? This is a different level.
Still, looks like we're all out of motives now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But, Chief, that's not a right to be,
Hold on.
that's not a right to be invoked casually. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits its right to say anything, too? Hi, Emma. You're back. Have you recovered from murdering someone? Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now that I finally know what really happened, to think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold.
It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I narked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we'd better get back to... fuck. Well, we gotta get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. and Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. Time to end this. But I really am just doing voice for Edgeworth. That's crazy. Like a non-peppy version of him. The character I intend to play. Imagine Edgeworth's voice, but with Gant's peppiness. That's kind of the energy.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth.
Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offense. Of course I'm sure.
But Lana,
If this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning.
please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Alright. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. What she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. He was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana,
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken prosecutor award knife stuck in the victim's body. Ooh. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
all just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of the knife and placed it in the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife is the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
And Mr. Wright, my sister's lying!
It looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way...
Oh, there's no way she could have done it all alone.
You have to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make contradictions. Not make a contradiction. Alright. I should ask why she moved the body as well. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of the jar threatened my plan. Interesting. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broke during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Nothing to do with Emma. The thing is, if it was shattered during the struggle, then how would the writing get on it, right? Because it covers multiple of the shards. I don't think that Prosecutor Marshall was drawing across the shards.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecution must have written in his final. The prosecutor must have written in his final moments. Exactly so. Exactly so. And that's where this contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We must be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems that you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed traces of blood on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm not sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the messages in the blood?
It wasn't Chief Gant. I wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer.
That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
But there was a piece that wasn't erased fully, right? Which means... Was there large... So I'm sure I got them all, you didn't.
Objection!
Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. Woo, I wonder actually if Lana wasn't the first person on the scene, because Gant, I could imagine, would have chased after them after they fled the scene, right? Maybe they were just a bit faster, and so that he gets in the scene, he sees the scene, and he realizes what happened. So he rearranges the scene to protect Emma in order to blackmail. Alana. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even once I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Objection!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jaw was already broken.
Oh, that!
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jaw. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jaw?
Objection!
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness.
He proceeded to break the jaw. He purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it all on my own.
Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake.
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might have also be a lie. Oh yeah, it might also be a lie. That's what I'm saying. I fucking knew Gant did it. I knew Gant did it. Gant fucking did it. He fucking did it.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Because this is what I was thinking, right? If he wrote the name on that vase, how did Prosecutor Marshall even fucking reach the vase if he was pinned up on the knight statue, right? How did he reach over there to write it down? He would have had to come off of the knight statue, which would have caused way more of a mess of blood and also killed him faster. I think that Gant wrote the name using Prosecutor Marshall's blood in order to make Lana think that Emma killed him.
I don't think Emma's that strong to knock a guy like Prosecutor Marshall all the way across the fucking room and onto the statue. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright, please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said that she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Fuck, what was it she gave me? Wasn't this? I forgot what she gave me, guys.
fucking over. What did she give me? What did she give me? What did she give me? I know she gave me the evidence book. Okay, yep. Ha. Hmm. There it is. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, look, the handprint of Emma's was cut out from the leather. Or perhaps a piece of leather was cut out so that the Emma's footprint, handprint could be purposely placed onto it.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I've rearranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be...
The cloth we found inside Gant's safe. So he had the things incriminating Emma locked in his safe for blackmail purposes. Yep. I already read this.
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, let's begin. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All right. Oh. The Gant jump scare? What about your lunch, dude? Motherfucker.
Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
So what? You think I'm worried?
The part of the design you like the most is white pupils. I was literally just thinking about his white pupils, yeah. I quite like them. It's always been a design choice I've been fond of.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is it true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Do I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Yes, because I can prove that Emma didn't do it. Regardless, I know she didn't do it because it was cut out beforehand. Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth.
Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest nearest chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim in the sword.
What? Whose fingerprints are on this?
I'm sure Righto is checked, haven't you?
Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine? Oh, I really did do it.
See, I told you it was conclusive.
Objection!
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that?
Objection!
But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! No!
No, but like literally, like he cut it off beforehand. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, fuck. No! Nuh-uh, dude, I could have proved it. If I would put me in that fucking lawyer seat. Put me in that fucking lawyer seat. I would have proved it. I would have proved it. You've been like, oh, what do you mean it was in my safe? Like, okay, why was it fucking cut out? Huh? Why was it cut out by the time the body was there? Huh? Huh? Motherfucker, you fucking bitch. Speed running through this. Nah, cause I could have proved it. I could have proved it. The safe thing, bullshit. But the fact that Gant seemingly arrived on the crime scene beforehand to break the pot and to cut out the clock. I would have solved this 45 minutes ago. I would have. I literally see everything in front of me. My mind is so large. They just don't understand. They don't understand that I presented the evidence because I knew it wouldn't cause a problem for me. Hey. Ba 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 ba. I am right though. The fact that it was cut out by the time Lana arrived there proved that Gant had arrived before her, which means that Gant forged evidence. And also, like, it would have been so easy to press Emma's handprint to that. And so easy to pretend to write Emma's name on that vase and then break it and then be like, oh, he tried to write the name on the vase, but I broke it, so it wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Touching with the body. I suppose it doesn't prove that Gant did kill kill Marshall. But,
Objection!
I mean, I think it, like, there's a reasonable doubt that Emma did anything. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, there's no way such a perfect handprint was left from that incident. All right. You didn't get them all.
Objection!
Maybe this would be a faster speed run. Here we go.
Objection!
Gotta fucking speed.
Objection!
Alright. Judge has this breakdown. Come on, give me Gant. Give Gant back to me. Okay. Okay, still in Gant's trap. All a fabrication. Testify more. Okay, then my cross-examination. Oh, wait, we gotta get the proof of the crime scene. Right. Getting ahead of myself again. Here we go. Can I say I like that you can see all the little, like, little vials and like, bottles that Emma has on her side in her quartz, right? Look at them. That's very charming to me. What do you have all those beakers for, girl? Right. Examination, and then... Gant comes in.
Objection!
Alright, we're not showing evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant! You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! Conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it, that's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like a part of it has been cut out for some reason.
You mean
You had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
impressive? To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? Do you mean you admit it? You admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Doc convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jaw, too? That's what I've been saying!
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off on the victim's vest in your safe?
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it before then. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows you actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
I think I can show it now because Gant actually admitted to going there and fucking with the scene before Lana arrived. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes, at least you finally brought it out into the open.
Oh fuck. Wrong voice. It's fine.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. I'm stumbling over my words. I've been reading for nearly 5 hours. It's fine. It's fine. We're nearly done, probably. This handprint of the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must have been authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, you really know?
Whoever's fingerprints...
Whatever fingerprints these belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything is proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belongs to is... Emma.
Emma Sky!
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
Though it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
You knew who those fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the only one single-handedly turned into a poor... how it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
it was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Photo, baby.
And what exactly is that supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest was soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth! Wait! There's no blood on it!
Ah!
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense!
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up that unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jaw with the victim's blood, a jaw that they had broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of cloth in the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over.
Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
The voice acting work? Thank you.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, OG? Early old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth.
Right, I remember. I was right there. I love his sweating. He's kind of pathetic.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. Oh, it ceased to be illegal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Oh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It's not illegal. It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, you admit to it. That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth.
Oh, man. I mean, I did purposely. Yeah, yes, I did. No, if I admit to that, all my planning will have been for nothing. Okay, thank you. Fine, never mind that. I don't know what your plan is. Phoenix, tell me your fucking plan.
It seems Mr. Wright didn't understand the implication of his conduct.
You're going to change your position. This is your only chance, right? He's right. I admit I refused to present that at one. I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Grant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Archie, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe!
Objection!
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. You can't prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
I can. Let's see. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be presented, must be relevant to the case on file. I needed the permission of the police department. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have the approval of the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at that time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was showed only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Right? We were just here?
No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. The only one person... Oh, there's only one person that could have been. Only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum!
For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convicted Bruce Goodman. Oh, convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Could you please
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
Not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't pull it out.
Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Can you put the body in my car?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of another way to move the body. I broke your trunk, what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had just as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove.
Yeah. It looked like I was better off an investigator than a crimes committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The middle...
Fuck, I got the damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I got it. Fuck.
I skipped the line. It's over. Hang on, I can check the VOD. Let me check what he said. Hang on. Skipping through. I don't wanna miss what he said. It seemed important. Oh, yeah. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of new... Fuck. New... That's... I gotta pause it. I gotta pause it good. Hang on. Ah. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There we go. There we go. That was important for me. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems that all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Aww, the smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Just stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor?
you are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
Because a long time. It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Aww.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Whereas,
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
we did it! Yippee!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Right. Long last. Finally over. Emma! Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Now, after the trial ended,
You and Mia Fey thought so highly. Yep. we just did this.
You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Oh. Aww.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? He's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma,
I owe you an apology.
it's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought that I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I can make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No,
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis,
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
but sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma! Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in doing so, find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from here that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. If Gant was right. Spies, criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh, what? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. On our own? Fuck, shit, I don't want to mess this one up. What is it? Oh, was it? Fuck, what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Come on. This, we put our evidence list together.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence, this and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn, and a lot of catching up to do. Here, here's a little something for you. Scientific investigation. Man.
Scientific investigation.
The first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, You'll see. Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Daw. That's cute. Well, we finished. Oh, I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back into the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Cute.
Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
Good for him. It was really good. I was tearing up a little bit during the CG of the sisters hugging for sure. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Can't believe they're not playing Blue Badger song one last time. What the hell? No, he died! Holy shit. That I didn't get to adjust the fingerprints on Blue Badger's face. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with my steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Make sure Billy and the gang get their water. You have a wonderful rest of your day too, BT. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while now. A farewell gift. I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. That's really cute. Brandon Gay? No way.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or the other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go.
I can't believe he forgot Mr. Wright's name.
Normally I would talk about the game during the credits, but not really giving me a lot of room.
Oh my god. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm the full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
I missed her. I'm glad he visits her. I'm bobbing to this credit theme. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm right to your team. What's going on?
Oh? Curious.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh man. Aww. Aww. That's so fucking cute. That's Rise from the Ashes. I adored this case. I might have liked it better than Turnabout Goodbyes. But that might just be because it had a lot of time to establish itself. I don't know. I definitely... I think I like it better than Turnabout Goodbyes solely because of the added gameplay. I think Turnabout Goodbyes hit me more as a story, and I was really, really wrapped up in it. And it also had the entire... like every other game, every other case before it to you know, like, culminate into this one big finale. And that felt really, really cool. So I think, while I think, like, Turnabout Goodbye is maybe a little better story-wise for me, I think overall the better case is Rise from the Ashes here. I think that the gameplay combined with a lot of the characters, like, there was no character that I actively disliked this trial. Like, I wasn't annoyed by anyone or anything. I thought they were all very fun, or at the very least, they were okay, they were fine. I didn't, like, really mind them too much. I think the mystery was great. And I think I had less times where I was floundering and not knowing what to do next. I feel like in Turnabout Goodbyes, I was really, like, going all over the place, and, like, I was unable to figure out what the game wanted from me, where I don't think I really had too much of an issue with that. I definitely did still have that issue, but it wasn't nearly as bad. It was just like, it was like some minor moments. Yeah, overall, a phenomenal game. I had such a fun time with this. I think overall, a lot of my favorite character rankings stay the same. I still have Edgeworth really up there. Gant might have moved up to second. And I think, like, Emma and Maya are kind of around third for me. I think they're pretty equal for me. Maybe I like Emma a little more than Maya, but that might be recency bias. But I do love science-y characters more than I tend to like spiritual characters, so I think that might be where the bias is coming from. But, yeah, fucking incredible. Fucking incredible. I loved this. I'm trying to think if there's any other thoughts I have, but and none that I can quite think of. So I think I'll be wrapping up stream. Next up, we're probably going to have an art stream for me to work on some stuff and just like have a bit more of a chill like chat with my chat stream, because I feel like well, I do try to be interactive. It's very easy to just like get wrapped up in reading the text in front of me, and you know, I'm doing like constant yapping. Like the stream is like 90% me talking, and like talking non-stop in a way where like I don't have room to pause or do anything, right? Which is fine and all, but I think having a little buffer between this and the next Ace Attorney game will be very good. I'm not gonna continue on from anything, but we finished Ace Attorney 1. We're gonna be going into 2, and then we'll finish with 3. Between each one, we'll have an art stream or 2 to break it up. But I plan to kind of marathon the whole trilogy, and then we'll take a break from Ace Attorney for a while, and we'll play some other games before eventually coming back to whatever the next game in the series is. But yeah, I think that is all. Next time I will see you to do a little bit of drawing. I do have a One Piece reading stream for me to draw. I also will probably do a One Piece reading stream before Justice for All. Most likely, I think that is going to be the plan. Yeah, I have my One Piece reading sprite to draw. I also have some emote drafts that I had prepared to draw that I also want to get done. And there's some things I'm debating on doing, because I feel like those might wrap up pretty fast. So if those wrap up pretty fast, I do have backup plans for what to do. I was thinking of possibly doing an animation of myself to maybe like tack on to the start of my VODs or something like that. I think that could be fun. Either that, or I might do some work on my thesis, depending on if I have any scenes that are okay for me to show the public. So I might work on animating my thesis a little bit on stream, like I've done before in the past. Or I will start really honing in on that PNG Tuber project that I've been alluding to this whole time, and we'll start work on that. But I just wanted to finish up this channel's assets for the time being. But yeah, lots of plans for the potential, lots of potential plans for what to do during the art stream. And after the art stream, we will be going to Ace Attorney Justice for All. Yeah. Everyone, have a wonderful night. And I will see you whenever it is I next stream. Bye-bye.